Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How is everybody doing today? It is currently 8:05 a.m. on Friday. Yes, team, it is the final day of the week. We have come all the way down to the final last little trading session of this week. And of course, all of us want to be finishing off with an absolute bang. All of us want to finish off making some big time profits. All of us want to come out on top and be able to walk away a winner. Let's see what we have right now. Let's see what stock is going to be able to be that winner for us. Because the first thing I'm noticing at this time is, of course, what you guys probably noticed, which is every stock is a little bit on the bigger float side. Remember, the larger the float, the less excitement it usually brings in. When we have 29 million in float or 51 million in float and 38 million float or 163 million float, they don't bring in as much excitement. And the reason is because they most likely won't go on any sort of spike. So the last 2 days have been a little bit interesting. They have been a little bit slower. But also yesterday we saw so many pump and dumps, and especially on a lot of new IPO stocks, right? We saw so many new charts, new IPOs basically shoot on up and come back on down. At this moment, at this exact time, I am not in on anything at this time. There is not one trade I'm in on. There's not one trade I pulled the trigger on at this moment. And that's just because we don't have anything that has the mob attention. Part of the game of stock trading is waiting for the mob to be like, hey, this is the play. This is the one we want to look at. Does it look like the excitement, the mob, the action, the activity, everyone dying to jump in on CRVS? CRVS doesn't have any sort of news. CRVS has 29 million in float. CRVS at this time does have a little bit of a channel, but is downtrending at this moment. CRVS is not a stock that is making everyone want to jump out of their seats and start running over towards it. So there's no reason for me to want to do that. IPHA, almost the same concept where I'm saying to myself, 51 million float, currently up 29%. Does IPHA make you want to jump out of your seat, pull the trigger, get in on this one before everyone else gets in on it because it's going to go sky high? I don't have that vibe right now. I don't have that feeling behind this play. So IPHA, again, a stock that I'm looking and waiting on. And that's kind of where we're at this moment, where a lot of stocks are having some gap ups, but they're just moving sideways. CRVS has a gap up, but is slowly fading and moving sideways. The SURF, has a nice little gap up this morning, but again, just moving sideways. ABCL has a gap up, but again, moving sideways, very large in float. So I'm waiting for that one big gang, right? I'm waiting for that one big bang, the one that is going to go on that nice rip, the one that's going to get on that nice pop. Usually on a Friday, we have one big mob play, right? That's usually how it is, right? One big mob play, one big rip, one big run. That's how Fridays usually are. So we want to see if we're going to be able to get that Friday right here. A little sign up. We did just come out with a new press release. If we take a look at the news streamer as I'm talking, what do we have here? We do have GILD, 1 million in float. New data demonstrates survival benefit in metastatic triple negative breast cancer. Ooh, that's a good press release, right? So let's see what we have right here. Announced new data from its phase 3, talking about therapies. Today, improved its progression on free survival, overall survival. All right, maybe again, we keep our eyes peeled over on GILD. See maybe if that one could start getting a little bit of hype. That one gets a little bit of momentum. Oh, GILD, this is a more expensive play, isn't it? Let's see, GILD, 71 million in float. So that's maybe why it's not getting as much hype, as much attention. Let's see, that one still should have a little bit of hype and a little bit of attention. But no, again, right now, no one's really touching GILD, but I thought that was a solid press release right there. So we're still just watching and waiting and see what stock is going to be able to come on up and be able to make us some nice cash. But at the same time, we do want to stay smart. We want to stay smart. We want to use our head. We want to see what stock is going to be the best mover coming on up. Now, something I've seen a couple of you guys talk about in chat as well is, the SPY. The SPY did have a gap down. Now, what is the most important thing as we talked about over the past, 2 to 3 months? It's the thing that, when we come take a look over on SPY, what do we have here? Bounce play off the 50-day. Bounce play off the 50-day. Bounce play off the 50-day. See this blue line? We bounce off this blue line nearly every single time. But guess what? We're coming up to the blue line. And as we come down to this blue line today, we are going to have something that, is different than before. And what's that? Higher inflation rates, right? We have inflation going up. We have concerns with that. We do have also slowing down with spending. A lot of people aren't paying the same amount for houses as they were before, so on and so forth. So the thing is, as we come down to this pretty crucial area, if let's say the SPY ever start dropping and maybe start getting a little bit weaker and weaker and weaker, this could be the turn of the SPY, from its top and starting to drop back on down. So you do want to be aware of that. You do want to be ready for that. And you want to be saying to yourself, okay, hey, if the SPY does start turning, maybe again, we start seeing some more action in blue chip plays rather than seeing stocks in blue chip plays rather than maybe penny stocks. Maybe again, if we take a look over on Tesla, maybe Tesla starts, starting to fall back on down a little bit. Maybe Tesla starts getting a little bit weaker, starts having a little bit of a red day, so on and so forth. So we definitely want to make sure we're using our head and just keep that on our back burner. Is there any news? A lot of people are asking, is there any sort of news over on CRVS? I personally didn't see any sort of news over on CRVS. Let's double check this together. All right, let's go. CRV, is it S or X? CRVS. All right, CRVS. We take a look over on this play. What do we see? This is BGNE, so that's not even the right stock. RDHL 3 days ago over on ALY. So, like right now, CRVS, I see zero news. I see zero press release on this play. I go to www.newsfilter.io. I take a look over on CRVS. And guess what? CRVS, nothing I'm seeing at this moment. So, so CRVS, you're saying is just a sympathy play to BGNE. BGNE was actually the one that came out with a press release, and BGNE is a stock that's gone from 384 up to 436. So that's why that's getting a little bit more hype in volume. So thank you for the heads up over there, 419 Tech. So 419 Tech, I'll give it that just so everyone's aware of it, saying CRVS is in sympathy to BGNE. And BGNE was the one that came out with a press release this morning, talks about received a positive opinion from the treatment of adults with, again, macroglobulinemia. So that's maybe getting some hype just because BGNE, got some hype and is inside the same sector. All right, so team, as you can clearly see, is there anything that you want to jump into right now? Let's all take a look at the live stream together. CRVS, I really don't think we need to at this moment, team. IPHA, again, we really don't need to jump in on IPHA at this exact moment. Now, what's the crazy thing is, I like to give the example sometimes. People wake up in the morning, it's 8:13 a.m. right now, right? And it's 8:13 in the morning, and a lot of people are saying, oh, Dek, today's slow. Oh, today we're not getting a nice rip. Oh, today we're not getting a nice run. Guys, the day hasn't even started yet. The day hasn't even, started in any sort of way. I always give the example. This would be like you going to, let's say, who's your favorite football team? The Giants, the Jets, the Patriots, the Falcons, the Cardinals, whoever you guys like the most. Imagine you guys go to a Jets game and you say, man, this Jets game stinks. And I say, the Jets game hasn't even started yet. We just pulled into the parking lot. We just started tailgating. What do you mean the game stinks? It's a low scoring game. It's not really that fun to watch. What are you talking about? The day hasn't even started yet. We still have an hour and a half until kickoff, right? So that's what I want you to get. Right now, we don't have much going on. But the thing is, we still got an hour and a half until kickoff. We still have a lot of volume. We still have a lot of attention. So we'll see what we get here, all right? And I'm excited to see where this next run's going to be coming. Trader, hey there, I'm just starting right now. Where do I start from? Well, the best thing, trader, would be I would start at the Ultimate Trading course if, again, you have the extra funds for that. We are, again, going to be updating that Ultimate Trading course, as I said, most likely next week. So that's going to be an amazing place to start. But if you are a new trader, you guys do have a few different options, okay? So if you are a new trader and you're saying to yourself, man, where should I start? I would honestly start by heading over to the video library and start watching these lessons. If I were you, I would start with the introduction tab. Go to the introduction tab and start watching these videos. The fundamentals of breakouts, 9 different ways to trade the stock market. What's the correct time frame? Part 1 and part 2 of the top 25 key points on, again, a stock trading. Small account challenge guide, so on and so forth. Check out some of these. I would watch all the videos that have been done, a year or less. 10 months ago, 10 months ago, 10 months ago, 9 months ago. These are all very relevant, very new lessons. After you start getting a little introduction, I would go over to the level 2 lessons. Watch anything within, again, the last 10 months, which is basically the small boot camp. Go to the shorting lessons. Watch, again, shorting part 1 and part 2. Go to the entries and exit lessons. Watch, again, everything that's been done within the past, few months, where we have, that's basically everything right here, right? The entries and exit lessons. Dekmar trade strategies. Watch, again, part 1 and part 2. Take your time and get through the video library. If you're saying, Deck, I don't know what you're talking about, let me ask you, have you watched any of the lessons in the video library? No? Well, again, there's your answer right there. So we're here to help you with everything you want, but trust me, if you watch the video library lessons, you are going to know 75% right away. The other 25% is going to come with time. It's going to come with experience. It's going to come with paper trading. So again, where do you start in the stock market? You start every single day. Or where do you start? You start by, again, learning, getting an education. You can do that by the Ultimate Trading Course. You can do that by, again, our free video library. While, again, you're trading, again, or while you're learning, you should always be doing what? You should always be paper trading. Paper trading first, team. I post this, again, multiple times, right? I post this multiple times. What you always need to be doing is paper trading first. No one should ever go live without paper trading. So again, after you paper trade for about 6 months, that's where, again, you start going live and you start building up your emotional tolerance by trading very small for the next few months before you actually start getting after it. And trust me, team, no one picks up or opens up a broker account and starts making millions of dollars. Just like no one has ever picked up a football and walked onto the NFL. Just like no one has ever picked up a basketball and all of a sudden became an NBA star. No one ever bought a track pair of shoes and all of a sudden was running in the Olympics. That's not how it works. Right? If you want to go to the Olympics, it takes weeks, months, years of training. If you want to go to the NFL, it takes weeks, months, years of weightlifting, practice, hitting the bag, throwing balls, so on and so forth. If you want to be a multimillionaire in stock trading, it becomes weeks, months, years of practice. All right? So make sure you guys get after it. Make sure you guys, have some fun today. Make sure you guys are studying. Make sure you guys are learning on up. And of course, we'll see what comes on up next. 8:17 in the market, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get after it. Let's have some fun. Let's make some money. And let's end off this Friday with a bang today, ladies and gentlemen. Throw on your favorite song. Put a little bit of sugar on your French toast this morning. Get that good maple syrup on there. Get them nice and steamy. And let's have a wonderful Friday morning ahead. We're here to make you guys money. Let's attack it. Let's have some fun. Let's come out on top. I want every single trader making some cash today, waddling away. I don't want you walking away today. I want you waddling away today because your pockets are so filled with some damn profit. Your pants are falling on down. Everyone says, hey, why don't you just wear a belt? And you say, well, again, I don't need a belt. You know why? Because my pants are so full, even if I fall over, I got a cushion. And they say, well, that's not the point of your pants. The belt is to keep them up, not put them down. And you say, why don't you shut your damn mouth, you peasant? My pants are filled with money. What are yours filled with? A whole bunch of lint? Yeah, let's get in that attitude, guys. Let's get in that mindset. Today, let's make some cash, baby. 8:18 a.m. See you guys back here around 9:05 a.m. Let's make some money. See you guys here soon. Ahoo! Let's make it. See you guys back here in a little bit. It's going to be a great morning ahead. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How is everybody doing today? We are back. We are ready to rock and roll. And happy Friday, traders. I'm excited. I'm getting ready to go. I'm ready to rock. I'm sure everyone is excited today. Maybe if you're not a Giants fan, but that's probably typical living. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's okay. I can't really make fun of you guys too much. I'm a Jets fan. We're kind of worse than you guys. It's all good. It happens. You know, it's just not that good. So let's dive in on this day. Let's see what's going on. Let's break down this day, and let's make sure that we leave this day with some profits. It doesn't matter if you leave with 100 or if you leave with 1,000. I want you guys walking away in the green today. I want everyone going into their weekend knowing, hey, you know what? I'm fired up for Monday. You know why? Because I made some gains today. I'm finishing off my weekend starting my weekend on a high note, only again building that momentum into the upcoming week. Fridays do get a little bit tricky. And the reason why Fridays do get a little bit tricky is just because we do have usually a lack of volume on Fridays. This is usually the spiel I got to give every single Friday. But on Fridays, we usually only have one big spiker. Usually on Fridays, it will be the nice big spiker in the morning. Now, what do we have? Let's talk about why this happens, what we usually see. On Fridays, we know the weekend is right here. We know once you guys are done trading today, the weekend starts for you. A lot of traders only trade in that first 30-minute, maybe 1 hour period where everyone just tries to make as much money as they can, and then they go off and then start their weekend. Traders who make a lot of money say, yes, I crushed it. I'm going to go start my weekend. Traders who lose a lot of money say, oh man, okay, I lost. I'm going to start fresh on Monday. We also see, again, a lack of traders show up. We have lack of traders in the chat room. We have lack of traders in the stock market usually on Fridays. Why is that? Sometimes, again, people go out on Thursday. Sometimes people have to travel on Friday. Sometimes this or that. Sometimes traders know it's going to be a little bit tougher, a little bit slower on Fridays. So what do a lot of traders do? They don't show up on Fridays. Now, with traders not showing up, with lack of traders on Friday is equal to lack of volume. Another reason why we have lack of volume on Fridays as well is because we have lack of press releases. Now, a lot of companies, right, realize that we don't have as many traders, as many investors on a Friday. If I was a company and I wanted to, let's say, put out a press release, I would never put out a press release on a Friday. I would put out a press release on a Monday, on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday or Thursday when I know we have more investors in the market. Because the more investors we have, the better. Right? The more investors we have, the more money we can make. The more investors that buy into our company, the more our company is going to be worth. So we do have lack of, traders, and we also have lack of press releases. This usually leads to 1 or 2 very big spikes at the start of the day. But then after that, what usually happens? Pump and dump times. So as you guys know, I live stream my trading for about an hour and a half on Fridays. Then AK-47 takes on over. Now, the thing is, when you guys are trading with AK-47, you definitely see some nice rips and runs, but what are they? Like the majority of them. A lot of them are more from, low floats, low float crazy rippers that traders are just trying to push all the way on up. So I want to make sure that you understand that, we will see probably 1 or 2 credible plays, and then we're probably going to see 1 or 2 when you guys are with AK-47, those really strong pump and dump plays. All right. So now we got the mindset of today. Let's start breaking down this day. Let's start getting a little bit of an understanding behind each one of these stocks. Now, yesterday was a rather slower day. And the thing was, we saw a ton of new IPOs go on spikes and start coming right back on down, right? There were tons of new IPOs that just went on quick rips and dumped on down. And HLBZ kind of falls into this category as it's only about like a month old, where you could see the stock, quick little spike and then comes right back on down. And there's not really too much going on with HLBZ at this moment. So HLBZ, this is one of those plays that, just like we had, I believe it was ARQQ yesterday, right? This stock, ARQQ yesterday. This was a stock that went on a big spike and just came crashing on down. We saw a ton of these plays just spike on up and then dump on down. The only IPO that I do like at this time is BROS. BROS is probably the most consistent climber we have seen over, again, the past 2 to 3 days over on this new IPO stock. This stock opened up at $32. It's now at $52. We have gone on a nice $20 spike over on BROS, and BROS, this play could continue to move on up even more today, maybe above $55, $56. So BROS is really the only one that I'm absolutely loving at this time, just because it does show a little bit more consistency rather than just spiking on up and then crashing right back on down. So let's go over the plays today. Let's go over all of our options, because our goal today is just find that one big spike, find that one big rip, find that one big run, find that one big climb right here. All right, how can we make money on this Friday? So what we have is CRVS. CRVS is where the majority of traders are starting right now. Now, why are the majority of traders starting on CRVS? Because CRVS is the number one top gainer. Just like you, just like myself, we want to make money. Everyone, as of now, is focused over on CRVS. And the reason why traders are focused over on CRVS is because this stock is the number one top gainer. But let's ask ourselves why. How well can this hold itself up? Well, if we take a look over on CRVS, this play, CRVS is currently up 76%. 76%, that's pretty big right here. Statistics, float, 22 million in float. Decent float, big gap up. Well, what's the reason for this big gap up? Well, you guys can see right here, 22 hours ago, it says BGNE scores third FDA nod for lymphoma. Well, that's not even the same company. RDHL down on unsaturated data. Well, that's not the same company. Now we're going all the way back here to 10 days ago. It says it has an upcoming conference. There is no news. There is no news on CRVS whatsoever. There isn't. So why is CRVS moving on up? Well, CRVS is actually moving on up as a sympathy play. Now, if you guys do not know what a sympathy play is going to be when a stock within your sector, let's say, has some sort of big news, it brings up your stock as well. So what we have here is BGNE. BGNE, this play, as you guys can see, is a much bigger blue chip stock. BGNE has actually gone from 384, gapped up to 434. So this one went on about a $50 gap up overnight over on BGNE, right? That's pretty big. And since CRVS and BGNE are in the same sector and the same family, CRVS is getting some hype and getting some attention just from that alone. Okay? So CRVS, there is no news on the specific stock. There is no, again, news over on this play, which is making this go on a rip and run. This stock is moving because it's in the same sector and family as BGNE, which is having a $50 gap up today, but it is much bigger. So that's why CRVS is moving. Now ask yourself, do you like CRVS because it's only a sympathy play? Are we still going to get enough attention to see this thing spike on up? If I had to make a prediction right now and say, what is CRVS going to be doing? I would believe that this one's going to spike at the start of the day, maybe up to 425, maybe up to 450, because this is the option that everyone's going to be looking for. And then from there, we'll start seeing some sort of pullback. So if I had to take a prediction on what I think CRVS is going to do, I say spike at the start of the day, because I think traders are going to try to turn this into something. And then from there, it's going to have a pullback. CRVS is easily accessible for shorting. So if you, let's say, start seeing 450, 460, you start seeing these nice rips and runs, you may want to go ahead and look to pull the trigger on the short side. So CRVS, do we want to be looking at it? Yes, we do. Does it have any sort of news towards it? No, it does not. Does this stock have any sort of credibility towards it? It's a sympathy play off of another stock. It's kind of like when GME initially went on its first spike, right? GME went on its first spike. What followed it at first? AMC. Now AMC again went on this little spike. Then AMC started taking over the hype and memes. But we also, see other plays follow those as well. So it's just like little sympathy plays which follow, again, bigger plays. What else do we have going on here? What about HLBZ? HLBZ here, team. This stock just went from $8 all the way up towards around $15.30. Does HLBZ have any sort of reason right here, or is this just a random low float mover trying to move itself on up, new IPO stock, trying to get some hype towards this play? Well, first things first, does it have any shares available to short? Unfortunately, it says inventory does not exist. So unfortunately, there are no shares to short at this moment over on HLBZ. But is HLBZ, let's see, does it have any sort of news towards it? We go over to Yahoo Finance. We have 55% gap up. 16 minutes ago, HLBZ announces a partnership between HLBZ Media and Fox Network Groups to broadcast Serie B Championship. All right. So we do have a credible press release. This is not any sort of just random pump right now. This is a stock that actually does have some actual credibility behind it. All right, so that's, good news, and that could definitely bring in some hype and bring in some attention. So HLBZ, that does have a credible press release behind it. Let's actually go back to this. Let's see, do we have any sort of float behind this play? Float, 8 million in float. So we do have 8 million in float over on the stock. HLBZ, keeping our eyes peeled over on this one to see if this is going to be able to continue to move on up. Now, CRVS, you guys are saying also CRVS used to be GRNV. GRNV was a previous supernova stock. Yeah, GRNV went from $8 up towards around $25. And then now, again, it has changed its name towards CRVS, if I'm correct with that. So let's keep our eyes peeled on this. We'll see where CRVS is going to be going. I'm still thinking if this one gets above 450, looking at hammer down some shorts because I do think $5 is going to be a stronger resistance line. Now, if you guys do have the funds as well, you can also, again, take a look over on, what was the stock that was, or HLBZ, excuse me. HLBZ used to be GRNV, not against CRVS. So let me see real quick. We go ahead and we take a look over on CRVS. If you guys want to and you guys have bigger funds, you can just keep your eyes on BGNE, right? BGNE right here did have this positive results, which is leading towards this $50 gap up. BGNE may be a stock that you might want to say to yourself, hey, if this one spikes up to like 450 today, 445 or something, we may see a nice possible dump back on down. Quick spike on up towards around 445, 450. If you have the funds, you may again be able to make some great money over on BGNE today. So keep your eyes peeled on this one. BGNE is the reason why CRVS is moving on up. I know it's more expensive, but when you take a look on BGNE right here, we do have a 44% gap up, which is huge for a stock that's this big. 1 hour ago, it says it receives positive CHMP opinion for the treatment of adults with, again, Waldenstrom macroburgonemia. I've never heard of that in my life, but again, it does have a positive opinion for it. So I'm thinking BGNE as well, even though it's a little bit bigger. This is one that if we could see any sort of morning spike, let's say up towards around the 440 mark or so, you may want to pull the trigger on this stock and maybe look for some shares to short. You know, you could make a lot of money off this one alone. So I think right now we kind of have a couple plays that we're looking at. We have CRVS, which we know is just a sympathy play off of BGNE. We can look to play BGNE as well. And I think the majority of you guys are more focused towards HLBZ at this time. HLBZ is previously GRNV. GRNV, notice how this stock became non-tradable on 8/13. 8/13 was the last day the stock was trading, GRNV. Now again, take a look over on HLBZ. HLBZ, this stock, guess when it started picking on up? Right at 8/16. So the thing is, this stock, HLBZ, is GRNV, an old spiker, an old ripper, an old runner. So this is a play that's getting some great hype. This is a play that's getting some great momentum at this time, and it does have a credible press release towards it. 8 million in float. I think traders are basically doing two things in their mind right now. Traders are either going back and forth between HLBZ and CRVS. And that really just comes down to why. It's either half the traders are saying, oh, HLBZ, this is the low float stock, previous supernova. This stock has news. Let's everyone push this on up. And the other people are saying, oh, CRVS, though, is the number one top gainer. CRVS, this one has more attention for us because this one is a stock that is a sympathy play off a big spiker. You know, this one's going to have a little bit more hype. So it kind of just like, I think these two are our best ones. These two, I believe, are our best options for today. Now, I know, of course, you might say, well, Dek, what about like BROS? You know, BROS, this is a new IPO. I like BROS. I think BROS could go to like $55 plus. But the thing is, team, on these stocks, again, this is only 2 days old. We really don't know much about or how high this can go up towards. If you have shares available to short on BROS and you can get it up near around $60 or so, I do think that would be a lovely area to go ahead and start shorting this play, right? So BROS, definitely one I want to keep on my back burner. You know what's another stock I want to keep on my back burner today? You can completely flip the switch if you want to. And what do I mean by flip the switch is PTGX is gapping down 56% today. We could easily see a stock go from $46 all the way down towards around $20, right? We go from $46, fall all the way down towards around this $20 region right here. That's a pretty nice drop. Right? You know, going from this top area all the way back on down towards that $20 mark. That's a pretty nice drop. That's a pretty nice crash at this moment. So we could see a nice gap up back on up. We could see a spike right at the start of the day. So PTGX also one. And the thing is, team, I'm not really looking at any sort of secret stocks today. Like, I'm not like being like, all right, guys, hey, let's go keep our eyes peeled on RGC from maybe a possible random move up. Like, I'm not looking at any stock that isn't, you know, a top watch play that everyone's aware of. So if you even have a stock that you're like, all right, I like this stock, but I don't really think too many people notice it today. You probably don't want to trade it today. The main plays you want to be looking at right now is going to be HLBZ. Everyone's looking at HLBZ. You want to look at CRVS. Everyone's looking at CLVS. These are the top plays that the majority of traders are focused on, that the majority of traders are looking. HLBZ at this point is getting the hype and getting the attention, right? We can all agree. Can we all agree at this point? HLBZ, stock that's almost up 100%, which came out with a press release, is starting to get some hype and momentum, right? This is where the mob is currently at. And I actually wrote this out, team. I want to scroll this back here for a second because this is a strategy that I want you guys to realize. So I'm going to scroll this back here for a moment. Let's go all the way back down towards around, just let me get this. Okay, here. So I want you guys to read this really quickly. This is actually very, very important. What we have here, because I noticed it was very slow. So just take a second and read this with me. And let me bring this on up. All right, look at this, guys. At 8:47 a.m. 8:47 a.m. I said, today's strategy, please read. Right now, at 8:47 a.m., there's no hiding that there is nothing spiking, right? So all traders are getting very eager to trade, including myself. On a Friday, when this happens, most traders will buy the first low float stock on the gap up board. At 9 a.m. Eastern time, I am expecting to see a spike on the next low float PR that comes out. Traders will look to pump this up and make a play happen on Friday. Team, what did just happen? Well, did anyone notice again that we could see HLBZ? HLBZ, what time did this press release come out at? 23 minutes ago. Right now it's 9:23. It came out at 9 o'clock. Nothing else was moving. Everyone said, hey, I'm down to trade. I want to make money. It's a low float stock at 8 million in float, and everyone went flying in on this play. The reason I was able to call this out is because we have seen this nearly every single Friday. Nearly every single day, we're able to, again, say to ourselves, oh, wow, these are great plays. Oh, wow, this is, awesome to be able to notice. It's wake up. If we don't have anything, everyone just buys the lowest float stock at 9 o'clock. Okay? So everyone just buys the lowest float stock at 9 o'clock. So let's see at this moment. We got CRVS starting to get a little bit weaker. That is starting to fade. It hurts me because CRVS is a stock that is easily accessible for shorting. And I would like to try to get this near a high. But at the same time, team, I could imagine the stock just fading all the way back on down. I could imagine this getting weaker and weaker and weaker and just basically turning into one of those plays that just drops all the way on off. HLBZ is going to be the number one stock that we should be focusing on at the start of the day. This is going to be the stock that we want to be focused on looking at. Yin Yang traders, hey Dek, I'm a new trader. I have a question. Since HLBZ is up 80%, aren't we too late for going long? Yep, that's something you have to think about. So what would be the strategy? You either A, want to look for a dip buy, or B, you want to look for a possible short. So you, for being a new trader, 100% you're thinking the right way. If a stock is already up, let's say 100%, that means the stock already spiked up 100%, right? It's not the best idea to maybe buy the stock right at the start of the day. The only reason I would say buy the stock right at the start of the day is because this is the main option at this point. This is the main stock at this point where I do think traders are going to say, hey, let's make money. Let's make as much money as we can on a Friday. Let's buy the stock, see if we can run up to 1875, and then we can dump it on all from there. So if you buy HLBZ at the start of the day, I'm not opposed to it, but just understand the risk that is there. Obviously, I always think a smarter idea is to try down buy lower. Lower 16, lower 15, so on and so forth. You don't ever really want to buy at the high of the day. But if your thought process is, Dek, it's a Friday. HLBZ is the number one stock. Every single trader, every single community is looking at HLBZ. I'm going to buy this right at $17. This is going to rip up towards around $18. I'll take my profit, and just like that, my Friday will be done. So if that's your game plan, I understand it. If you're saying, Dek, I want to stay a little bit more conservative and maybe look for a bounce play back down towards $16 or so, I definitely understand that as well, right? So, that's kind of where we're at with these trades. For myself, what am I going to be looking at? I personally want to be watching BGNE. I want to see if BGNE is going to spike up towards like the 440-ish mark, 450-ish mark, because BGNE is a little bit bigger and a little bit of a bigger stock, but I could imagine this one going on a nice rip right up towards like 440 at the start of the day, getting a nice short order in, and then seeing this thing fade on off from there. So top stocks right now. Top stocks to watch. What do we have right here? We got HLBZ, we got BGNE, we got CRVS, and after that, guys, we also have BROS. Bros, baby. Bros. Nothing's better than just trading with your bros. Just balling with my bros. All right, so these are our top plays. Woo! Guys, let's get after it. Let's have some fun today. 9:26 until the market opens on up. I'm looking forward to seeing, of course, what stock is going to be able to get that hype, what stock is going to be able to get the mob, really get the true attention behind these plays, and it's going to be an awesome day ahead. So, as I said, I am going to be watching BGNE, I am going to be watching HLBZ, I am going to be watching CRVS and BROS. Those are going to be my top stocks, my top plays that I'm going to be focusing on. Obviously, HLBZ is going to be the #1 play, but I want to keep my eyes peeled over on BGNE just in case that one starts getting a little bit of action. Game time. Game time, baby. Let's do it. Let's end off this week with a bang. So everyone right now, 9:27, 3 minutes until the market opens on up. Everyone finish up your eggs. Finish up that French toast. You got that bacon, egg, and cheese in front of you right now, that cup of coffee, that, again, French vanilla latte. Throw that thing on back. We got some money to be made. It's going to be an amazing morning ahead. You guys got about an hour, hour and a half with myself. And then after that, you guys know, AK-47 taking on over, doing his thing. And again, you guys will be crushing it throughout the day with him. So I'm pumped on up. The thing is, I just want that first big supernova. I want the first big supernova. So market opens on up in about a minute and a half here. All right, so we are going to start with HLBZ right on the top of the board. HLBZ right on the top of the board. What are you guys thinking? Does everyone have a game plan right now? So what I want every single trader to do at this moment is say to yourself, all right, am I going to be a person that's going to buy it right at the bell, or am I going to be a person that's going to look for a dip buy? Figure out what you want to do right now. Are you going to be a person that wants to buy it because everyone's looking at HLBZ, so your thought process is it's going to spike up to 1875? Or are you a person that says, I'll wait until it maybe comes back down towards the VWAP or maybe back down towards around 1650 and you can put some limit orders down towards that area? Two different options. Two definitely, again, plays I could agree with if you have supporting reasonings why. But I definitely think this has a lot of potential. 1650-ish most likely would be where I would want to start with if you are interested in getting involved with this play. I am, as I said, also watching BGNE. Market opens on up here, team, in about 30 seconds. Let's get ready to make some money. Let's get ready to make some profit. Let's see what comes on up. And, of course, we will be going from there. Here we go, team. Switching out our scanners, making sure that we're all set. HLBZ, starting it off in a 2-minute time frame. HLBZ, and we are about to be live here in 5 seconds. Here we go, throwing on the VWAP indicator as well, so we have that. And HLBZ, starting with a little bit of the morning spike so far, got up to 1805. HLBZ, here's the morning spike. A lot of traders, again, there's $18.75, there's $19. Traders, again, doing that thought process that we thought as, hey, everyone's looking at HLBZ, so everyone, again, is going to jump in on this play. So if you did do that thought process that just worked out for you, hey, congratulations on that. So that was a great little kind of understanding of, all right, hey, the stock is getting a little bit crazy. The stock's moving really fast right at the start of the gates. So HLBZ opened on up and is already starting to get a little bit of that rip, a little bit of that run. Stock right now, is it going to be able to hold up right around $18? Man, this has a 70-cent spread. Look how big the spread is, guys. The spread is huge on this play. Very large spread, which makes it very difficult to get in on and get out of. Let's see how low this is going to drop down towards as well. I am not in on this play, not in on anything at this time. Just a little heads up so you guys can see that. HLBZ halted on the downside now, team. HLBZ is now halted on the downside. So this stock just had a very quick, hard spike and then it just gave a lot back. So it was what? It was option one. Morning spike, huge dump on down. That's what we had right there. Morning spike, big dump on down. So what can we do here? What can we focus on? How can we again be able to come out on top still with this play? Well, what we can do is we can look for a dip buy. Dip buy areas, we can see how much higher the stock has left towards it. Also a little sign of how's BROS doing. BROS still trying to get a little bit of hype. If you are interested, you can keep your eyes peeled over on BROS to see how much more that one has left towards it. I do think BROS could get to like $46 or so. Also, again, BGNE, I still think BGNE could get a little bit of a pop as well. BGNE, the stock is trying to get a little bit of momentum. I do think BGNE could get back up towards around like 440 or so if this stock could start getting a little bit more momentum. I want to see HLBZ come back on down slightly. Trying to think again the best way for us to trade this play. What's the best way for us to be able to make money? What's the best way for us to be able to come out on top? The thing is, if we think HLBZ is going to open on up and just have a bounce right back on up, what can we do here, team? Right? This is a very simple, very easy strategy that can lead towards a lot of profits. So right now, HLBZ is currently halted, right? Let's say your belief over on HLBZ, and again, we can record this here. Let's say again, right now, HLBZ is halted. What is a great way to get the perfect entry over on HLBZ? HLBZ, we know that this stock just got halted at 1633. This play does have a lot of support back on down towards around the 1550 mark. Since this stock closed off on a strong drop, we're most likely going to have some sort of gap on down. So if you're saying to yourself, I want to get filled on this play right when it opens on up because I think it's going to gap on down and then spike its way back on up, you can use this strategy. Go over to HLBZ. You can say to yourself, all right, I'm going to put in 500 shares on this play. I want to put in on 500 shares at 1630. And you click buy. And now what's happening? Now you have a pending order that is, sitting at 1630. And you could say, well, I want to get 1,000 shares total. And you do 1631. And then you do another 1,000 shares at 1633. And you do another, let's say 500 or so on and so forth at, whatever price. You can even go slightly above it if you want to, 1635. And you can, keep spreading it out at, it doesn't really matter. You can spread it out at all different areas. The reason why, you'd want to do this is because when this stock opens up now, if you have any sort of gap down whatsoever, let's say this gap's down towards the price of $15. Even though I have orders in the 1630 range, 1629 range, I'm going to get filled at the $15 region if that's where it opens. Because if your thought process is HLBZ just had a dump, it's the number one top gainer stock. This stock is most likely going to have some sort of gap down, but after the gap down, we might be able to make a quick profit. This would be a strategy that you may want to be looking at. So HLBZ got halted at 9:31 and 26 seconds. It will get unhalted at 9:36 and 26 seconds, which is 5 minutes from now. Depending on, of course, how low the stock gaps down towards, let's see what the entry is that we get filled at to see if it starts popping its way back on up whatsoever. So best case scenario would be HLBZ, gap down, let's say gaps down to like 1550. We get filled at 1550 and all of a sudden shoots right back on up. Right, so let's see what we have. Also, a little sign up BGNE. That one is starting to dump on off a little bit. I want to see BGNE have a little bit of a spike or a little bit of a bounce play back on up, get a little bit of hype and a little bit of momentum behind it. Stock is opening up near around 52-week highs. Just because stocks that are this pricey, you can definitely make a lot of money on. IPH. No, but again, Zumac, it's no market orders. We already have limit orders set. So yes, after you get out, you can market order out if you want to. So let's see. I'll leave in these orders. Let's see. I'll leave in these orders and see what we have over on HLBZ. Any gap down will get filled at a great area. So let's see what we can do here. So let's remember. Right now, my orders are in the 1630s. Now, I don't believe I'm going to get filled at the 1630s, even though these are limit orders, because any gap down, I'll get filled at the best current price. So let's see where we get filled at. how much money we can make in a quick amount of time. This should be opening up here in 10 seconds. HLBZ. Let's get ready to rock over on this play. This should be opening up in 3, 2, 1. HLBZ. HLBZ. I only got filled 500 shares. I only got filled 500 shares on this play, and that's just because it didn't drop on down as much as we wanted. There we go. There's the drop on down. Let's see if we can make a little bit of cash here, and let's sell, let's sell, let's sell. Boom, $878. Hey, not bad. There we go, guys. $878. I'll take it. I'll take it. Not too shabby. Nice profit right there. So we didn't get the large gap down we wanted, but at the same time, we still got filled out a nice area. 1630, 1630, 1630, 1629, sold up in the 1670s, just made $878 in what? 4 seconds, right? That was like a 4-second trade right there. That was barely anything. And we're able to come out on top and make a little bit of money, make a little bit of cash right there. And HLBZ, still one of the most active plays at this time. Also, how's BROS doing? BROS came up to $54, now starting to turn a little bit. BROS starting to get a little bit weaker. All right, let's see what we got. IPHA. Guys, how many of you guys are looking at IPHA right now? Let's put IPHA on the bottom level too. IPHA going on the bottom level too. BGNE. Where's Tesla at? Tesla starting to fade on off just slightly here. What else do we have here? BGNE, not too much just yet. IPHA. IPHA, that just get halted? IPHA just get halted. All right. So IPHA team just got halted. All right. Let's move over to IPHA. Let's put IPHA up on the top level too. Let's put again, we could put HLBZ on the bottom level too. And we're going to see what's going to be the next move, the next rip, the next climb. All right, here. Come on, baby. What are you guys thinking on IPHA? Everyone start thinking of a game plan. Start thinking of a game plan. Start thinking of a process. Let me look at VRME here for a second. Don't touch VRME. You don't want VRME. I know it got halted, but you have too much resistance, not enough volume. 13 EMA, 50-day moving average, 200-day moving average. That's going to be too tough to break. So IPHA, let's see what we got going on with this play. All right, game plan. What are you guys thinking? Just talk out loud to yourself. I'm thinking this play is going to have a nice resistance line. If I had to think about the target, I'm going to think about the target first. The stock wants to get up to $10, right? It wants to get up to $10. Where would the best bounce play be? I would probably say the next bounce play would be at this old high area. Maybe a little bit lower because we just got halted right above it. But I'm thinking that old high, which was resistance, should hold up as new support, which means the stock could fall back down towards like this blue line, right? So that's kind of where I'm at with IPHA. I'm thinking if this one keeps on spiking, it could go up to $10. If it falls back on down, I'm thinking around $8.75 or so. IPHA, this play has a lot of potential. Right now, 2 hours ago, came out, Coast Trial presented a Congress. I don't think it's going to hold very well. Maybe a quick little bounce. 51 million in float. 51 million in float, keeping our eyes peeled on that. Little side note, HLBZ team is still alive. HLBZ is still battling. Let's not forget about that. HLBZ still battling. Does the IPHA have any sort of shorts towards it? IPHA is non-shortable. Yeah, do I want to bounce play this one? I don't know if I'm feeling it, guys. I do like how HLBZ, though, is battling itself back on up. I might stay away from IPHA. Let's see how it opens on up. Maybe we can get a quick little play on it. But the thing is, HLBZ is trying to battle itself back on up. That one still has some decent potential. So I would still keep your eyes peeled over there. Right now, again, BGNE, unfortunately, isn't doing too much. And also on top of that, BROS, that one's starting to look a little bit weaker as well. So we got a few plays that we're still watching. HLBZ, still a good one. And IPHA, maybe a quick little pullback. IPHA is going to be getting unhalted at the time of 10:42 and 50 seconds. So we still got about another 2 minutes there on that play. I do like how HLBZ is super hot and active and is moving. Let's go back to a 1 minute time frame. This one's probably going to spike up towards around $19, I think, one more time, and then probably get a nice strong rejection area. If you do want to get in on HLBZ, I do think, right around this area could be a nice mark. So HLBZ, anything in this like 17, I would say anything nice down low towards like the 1760 mark or so could just be a nice little profit area. And because I think it's going to go up to $19 again. Just popped up towards $19. Look at this. HLBZ just hit a brand new high of the day. Is it going to be able to hold is the question. If it can't hold, we're going to see a nice pullback, probably all the way back on down towards some lows. Look at this. HLBZ team still trying to push, trying to get halted on the upside. HLBZ looking for that new high of the day. Right now testing highs. HLBZ's the halt area at this time is 1893. 1893 is the halt area. Stock is still trying to push. Little side note. No shares available to short right now. No shares available to short. HLBZ, I'm going to put in entries like way down low towards like the $17 mark, just in case if this all started turning and started getting very weak. Halt area in the downside is not until 1570. So as you guys can tell, this one has a lot of room to be able to fall. HLBZ, guys, brand new high of the day, still trying to get some ripping and running. I'm just keeping my eyes peeled, watching HLBZ. I don't want to get caught up in any sort of dump, but if the stock ever did start turning and start dumping, I definitely want to be able to make some cash off the dip buy. Little side note as well, we do have IPHA. IPHA coming back to life here. Let's go over to IPHA. I'm thinking bounce play, 875 region. Stock is trying to get up towards around $10. We got IPHA trying to get up towards around $10. That stock is non-shortable as we discussed. IPHA, best bounce area is probably going to be back on down towards around $9 to $8.75. If you're quick, you can definitely be able to make a quick dollar here or there. Just comes up towards around that $9 mark right now, or that $10 area. I just want to see, can I get a quick dollar over on IPHA? And for some reason, I can't even put orders in. It's not allowing me to put orders in on IPHA. It says IPHA is restricted. So just a little heads up. Look at this. I'm trying to put limit orders in. Whenever I put a limit order in, it says IPHA, 1,000 shares at 902, limit order, rejected. County restricted it. I don't know what that means. So I'm not really sure what that means, to be honest. But it just does not seem like I can get involved with IPHA. So that's okay. IPHA, I was just giving it a chance. Seeing if that one was going to do anything for us. So what, I just got to change the route. If I change the route, it'll work. I don't want to touch it right now. Okay? I'm just going to take a step back. Maybe it's a sign. It's a sign for me to just be like, hey, Dek, don't touch this one. IPHA, still getting a little bit more hype. Ooh, now again, I'm getting tempted on IPHA. HLBZ also coming back on down here, team. HLBZ, underneath $17 could be a great little dip buy area. IPHA still trying to move itself on up. All right, now I gotta start thinking about this. IPHA, can I get some? Okay, guys, I changed my route or I changed my market to ARCA LS, and I can put orders now. So right now, IPHA, this is just the fast mover at this moment. Look at this, guys. IPHA moving very well. Let's see. Can we get any sort of dip buy over on IPHA? Can we make any money on this play? It looks like it's about to get halted on the upside. IPHA, if it comes back to life, it's going to drop back on down towards like 1020-ish. Guys, I just got filled on this play back at 1040. So I just got filled on this play back at the 1040 mark. Here comes down towards around the 1020 mark because I want to see a bounce play. Usually when a stock looks like it's about to get halted and doesn't get halted, it bounces right back on up, sell, and boom, just made $920. All right, guys. So there we go. I saw a sign and it opened up my eyes. I saw a sign. So what did I do over on that play, team? IPHA. Whenever you see a stock that looks like it's about to get halted, team, if it does not get halted, like how many people there thought IPHA was halted there for a second? Like a lot of people probably thought when IPHA came up towards the price of what? Came up to the price of 1070, it looked like it got halted. Whenever a stock looks like it's about to get halted, put in a limit order like 50 cents, 30 cents underneath it. Because if that stock is a very hot mover and it doesn't get halted, it usually drops right back on down. And then again, people push it right back on up. It's just one of those things that you need to know by experience. Okay. So it's just one of those things that will happen with experience. It's one of those things that you'll realize a lot. So I had orders that didn't get filled. I had orders from 1040 all the way down to 1010. IPHA, I got filled at 1040. I got filled at 1030. And then I got out at 1078 and 1084. So that's all I did on that play. I just put in limit orders right there. So just want to help you guys on out. Congratulations. Who else made some money on that? Anyone else get in on that play? Be able to make a little bit of cash? Be able to make a little bit of profit on that play? So we are still, we'll see how much more this thing has left in the tank. I'm going to be a little bit more cautious. Right? I'm going to be a little bit more cautious. And I saw the sign. It opened up my eyes. I saw the sign. Something else. I don't know the song too well. But it's signs again of devotion. So we're still making some money. Sorry, guys, I don't know the lyrics. I don't watch Pitch Perfect every weekend like you guys. $1,798 profit. Nice work. Making our Friday the best we can. IPHA, let's start talking about the next possible opportunity for us. IPHA, what's the next opportunity? What can we be doing here? Yes, you can definitely look for a possible quick dip buy. I'm trying to predict where the next dip buy is going to be at because there is still a lot of room to fall. I don't think it's going to go down very low. I personally think it's going to probably stay around like the 1080, 1075 mark before it starts moving back on up. So it's a little bit more risky. As the stock keeps on going, it's going to get more risky. All right. I would say if you are interested in IPHA, another play, I would say probably like, I know it's, right there, but I would say like 1080, 1080 area. I think we're gonna have a quick 10-cent pullback and then a break of $11. But I must stress, it's going to be quick. It's going to be fast. And the thing is, it's not going to be an easy play. HLBZ starting to get a little bit weaker. Right now, we're just trying to make as much money as we can on this play. HLBZ, IPHA. And we're feeling good. 19 minutes of work, almost $2,000 in the bank. Man, I mean, that's still so surreal to me, team. A lot of times, just because I've been doing this for a very long time, hey, I still have tons of friends, right, that do what? That work a regular 9-to-5 job. I have tons of friends that say, oh, hey, you want to go out on, I'll ask them, hey, you want to go out on Friday? And they say, oh, I just can't, I can't go out right now. I don't want to spend any money. I don't want to spend, $30 extra, $40 extra. And the thing is, when I make a profit, like, $1,800, this is kind of just like a normal day to me. But at the same time, I know there's people out there that can't, again, spend $50. People can't spend an extra $100, and that's how tight they are with money. And I don't want you guys to live like that. I don't want you guys to not be able to do things because you have to think about your bank account and you can't go out and, do the things you want. Same exact thing. It's like, it doesn't mean you guys have to go out and buy Lamborghinis every single weekend. I'm just telling I want you guys to be able to live that financially free life. You don't have to live a materialistic life to be happy, right? You guys just have to live a life where you don't have to have much stress and worry, right? That's, I think, the best thing. All right, IPHA team, about 30 seconds left here. IPHA, yep, here we go, guys. 25 seconds. It's going to open up at 9:51 and 5 seconds. I think it's going to have a small pullback to like 1080 and then try to look for a break of $11. So I'll do one with you guys. I'll do one with you, but I think it's going to be very quick and very fast. IPHA, IPHA, I didn't get filled. IPHA did not get filled here. Did not get filled. So I am not in. If you're in on this play, very risky. You are with a top upper shadow. Little heads up, be aware of that. The stock's at 1080 right now, so you're okay right now, but you are having an upper shadow form. Please take that into consideration. So if you're in at the 1080s right now, you're absolutely okay, but there is an upper shadow forming. Please use your head and use your discretion. I am not in at this time. Whoa, a quick little pop on up. Whoa, guys. Whoa, Nelly. IPHA. Whoa! IPHA. Whoa! 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 IPHA. This thing is all over the place. IPHA is all over the place right now. This thing is going in 1,000,000 miles per hour. This is making traders money, and traders are getting killed as well. I'm thinking 1060. Maybe you look for a little bit of a dip buy. This thing is all over the place right now. IPHA, can I get filled on this play? Just got filled. Just got filled 1,000 shares. Got filled 1,000 shares at 1060. Can I get a little dip? I'm looking for a little dip buy. 1060. I'm in on this play right now, looking to see if maybe I can get a little dip buy back up towards around that 1080 mark. All right, just got filled. Just got filled 3,000 shares. I want to see if I can get a little dip back on up. I'm in at the cost basis of 1048. 1048, 3,000 shares. Looking to be able to make a few bucks if I can. I won't allow myself to lose any more than $700. If I lose more than $700, I'm getting out because I want to keep a $1,000 profit. Right now, I'm looking for a bounce play. Out, out, out. Boom, baby. Just made $2,000. Let's go. All right, just added another little $300 profit right there. All right, nice. $300 profit over on IPHA. IPHA starting to fall back on down. Next Holt area is going to be 984. I don't think we're going that low. So look for a next possible bounce, maybe around like 1006 area or so. So I'm thinking like 1006, maybe like 1001, maybe again somewhere down towards around this bottom, get possibly filled really quickly. Let's do about another 1,000 shares. This thing is hot. This thing is moving. This thing is quick, and this thing is fast. I want to see if I can get in on this play, get a nice little bounce play from the low $10 mark back up towards around the 1020s. Let's see. Came on down towards around the 1015 mark so far. That was the low. Let's see. 1015 is the low so far. Keeps holding up around 1015. 1015 is the low at this moment. It looks like it's going to crack that. Oh, look at that, guys. All the way back up to 1060 now. That was the bounce play right there. I wanted 1006. 1006, look at it. It's all the way back up to 1070 now. So this thing is moving like a crazy man. Next bounce play would be back down towards around the 1040s most likely. 1040 region, I'm just going to do maybe 1,000 shares, maybe again 2,000 shares if I'm feeling a little bit more frisky. And then we'll see what we can do here. Now the stock went from 1015 all the way back up towards around $11. So we just got a very fast, quick mover at this time. Let's see if we can get a quick little dip buy back on down underneath the 1050 mark. Man, this thing is fast. This thing is quick right here. Big spread, fast mover. Just got filled 1,000 shares. Just got filled 1,000 shares. Just up $200. Boom, another $156 in the bank right there. Got filled on that last one at 1046. 1046 got filled. Got out at 1060. Another $140. Adding it now up $2,156. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We're not slowing down today. We're not slowing down today. So IPHA, we're making this the best Friday we possibly can. We are going to keep this party going, keep this fun alive. IPHA, next possible dip buy, probably back down towards around the 1020-ish region. I do get a little nervous that 1015 is going to break. I'm going to take a little step back. I'm going to take a little step back right here. A little step back at this moment. Got a little bit of volume, got a little bit of hype. You got me intoxicated. You got me intoxicated. You got me intoxicated. All right, so right now, team, We're going to see what stock is going to be able to get that next rip. I like how IPHA has some volume. I like how IPHA has some hype. Stock is starting to drop a little bit more. Next area for a dip buy would be like the 960s. Thinking 960 region. What's the Holt area though next? Holt has to be coming on up. Holt's 964. All right, I'm taking a little bit of a step back right here, team. I'm taking a little bit of a step back at this moment. Don't want to put myself in any sort of position that's only going to hurt me. So I'm taking a little bit of a step back at this moment. 10 o'clock. I'm currently up $2,156. So I think we're up about, I want to say $17,000 on the month. Up about 17 grand on the month so far. And we're on 17 days. So we're averaging about $1,000 per day right now. Not bad. Not as much as I wanted, but it's not bad. So again, $17,000, or excuse me, $1,000 per day average trading with the weekends included. So it's not too shabby. We are working, we're growing, we're doing as much as we can. Let's see what we have. CJ, make sure again, if you put SDC, make sure you put a message behind it just so everyone knows what you're talking about. IPHA. Little side note, team. Let's review a little bit of this right now. I'm taking a step back here for a second. Let's take a step back. Let's wait for some plays to kind of heat back on up. What were we just focusing on? What just happened over on this? Let's review everything we just saw. We started with IPHA. IPHA, this stock, or excuse me, we started with, HLBZ. HLBZ was the correct call. This was the stock that the majority of traders were focusing on right at the start of the day. And this stock went from $17, shot right out of the gates, all the way up to $19. Then we came back on down. Doji Star. Does everyone see that Doji Star right at the bottom right here? Doji Star forms. Stock starts getting a little bit tighter and tighter and tighter and pops itself back on up. So we spike on up, and it's pretty neat to see. I want to make this a little bit bigger. Does everyone see how we have a spike, Doji Star? Doji Star indicates a reversal. So the stock drops on down. Another Doji Star. Stock spikes on up. It dumps on down. You can actually see another Doji Star right here. And it's kind of like just like Doji Star equals reversal. So whenever you see this little T, this little cross right here, it just means that a reversal is going to be coming on up. So make sure you guys understand that. Make sure you guys see that HLBZ, very hot play. Why was HLBZ a very hot play? It was the stock that had news at 9 o'clock with a low float that nothing else had news on. So since there was no other news, no other spikers, no other rippers, 9 o'clock is the final PR wave. Traders said, hey, let's go ahead and trade the lowest float stock out of this PR wave. HLBZ was the one. It started going crazy. This one started fading on off. The moment it started fading on off, traders just like you and I are eager for more. So where did we all go to? IPHA. IPHA was a great spiker, great ripper, great runner. And really all we did on IPHA was quick little scalps. All right, quick little scalps, quick little moves right there. Bob saying, what's crazy to me is I made roughly half of what my wife brings home in a week and 30 minutes. Thanks, Dek. Woo! I love it. Hey, shout out to you. That is, so awesome. I know that's the best feeling in the world. Who's sitting here right now, just with a big smile on their face and just saying, hey, you know what? It's a great way to kick off my weekend. It's a great way to kick off my weekend. Just being able to say to myself, oh, hey, I got $2,000 to just be able to go do whatever I want now. I got $2,000 for my entire weekend. Be able to do whatever I want to. So we are keeping our eyes peeled, seeing what this next rip, seeing where this next run is going to be going. Yeah, the con, I know that's annoying. I had the same issue. So the con was saying that Lightspeed wouldn't let him get out of his position over on IPHA. Yeah, I had the same issue. What did I have to do on IPHA? I showed you guys IPHA. It wouldn't let me use LSPT, and that was the first time. I've been using Lightspeed for, over a year and a half, 2 years, I want to say. That was the first time I ever saw that county restriction. So I changed it to ARCA LS, and that's where everything worked A-OK. Golfer saying, team, this has been the best week I've had in almost 3 months. every single day. You're right around that $500, over $500. That's awesome. That is awesome. DATS getting a little bit of a dump on down. DATS, how's BGNE right now? BGNE, I wanted that one to go crazy. BGNE. There are two top crazy plays. Are HLBZ. That's not doing too much at this moment. HLBZ is still starting to feed on off a little bit. And IPHA. IPHA is starting to fade on off at this moment. IPHA, I'm sure you'll see a bounce, but you probably want to wait until it goes underneath this 950 mark. Actually, coming on up here pretty soon, I think. You might see a quick a lower shadow over on IPHA if you wanted to do like 1,000 shares. I wouldn't be opposed if you want to look for a quick little dip buy. Like IPHA, quick little dip. Oh, it just came down to 959. Let's see if you get a quick little dip. No, that was it right there. See the 959 touch, and now it's back up to 970, and you're probably going to see a little bounce play from there. Let's see. If it goes back on down, I can look for a little something. But if you got in at 959, I think that was the perfect area. Can it go any lower? 955, 956. Can it get a little bit lower? Can it go lower? 957, 960. I think these are great dip buy areas if you are in on this play, because I think it'll just bounce right back up towards around that 975 mark. So I'm not in on this, but I'm thinking about just doing 1,000 shares pretty soon. Thinking about doing 1,000 shares over on this play, over on IPHA. So this one is a little bit all over the place. I'm going to be conservative. I'm going to put in 2,000 shares under 950. If I could ever get anything under 950, let's say back on down towards around this VWAP area, I'll take that. So I'm thinking like 942, 941, then like one maybe at like 936 or something. So I'm thinking about maybe getting a little dip buy on like 2,000 shares if this stock, does come down that low. But as I've been stating, I really think that 950 area is going to be the best area. And you can even sell right now in the 970s. Ape Trader, not sure if this happens to anyone else, but when Deck plays a song, I find it humming, or I find myself humming to it to the rest of the day. I play good music, that's why, man. And I got a voice of an angel. Do you guys think I won my 7th grade talent show, from not having a voice of an angel? Well, again, it's a true story. What did I sing? Singed Neo. So sick. Had my 7th grade love problems. 'Cause I'm so sick of love songs. So sad and slow. So tired of this way. Man, every face in the crowd was blowing their nose with tissues. Jeez. Tough crowd in here. Tough crowd today. Tough crowd, huh? IPHA, still looking on this one. IPHA did not get filled on the stock whatsoever. We did see it come back down to the 940s. I did not get filled in any sort of way. So did not get filled. A team, since I did not get filled 2 different times, I'm going to cancel my orders right here. Yeah, active trader got quiet. Got quiet quick in here. All right, guys, no new rule. Deck, no singing. New rule, no singing for more than 30 minutes a day in chat. I'll agree with that. Okay? We will put a 30-minute singing restriction in chat. IPHA. Dancing is always allowed. Singing, restricted. Gambling, never allowed. We got some rules in here. Jeez Louise. Pisces says he says his ears are bleeding with your singing while he laughs. Well, Pisces, turn up your volume here for a second. I got a message for your son. I'll say, are you again a 2007 Pleasant Valley talent show champion? You're not. Well, shut your mouth. Throw some respect on my name. How about you go back and you start playing with your Legos? Huh? Get out of here, kid. Thanks, Pisces. Sometimes you got to lay down the law. Appreciate it. HLBZ. See what we got. Jeez. GDEV, looking for this next move. GDEV, CRVS, SONM. All right, team. Right now we're doing absolutely fine. We're just doing little bounce plays. I'm looking to see if we can get anything else at this moment. Yeah, active trader, we're looking. I like the picture. IPHA, next bounce play would be, you don't want to get in on a bounce play at this moment anymore. You want to see a hard crack. You want to see a hard dump, on IPHA, and that would be about it. I don't want to get in when it's just basically moving sideways, right? We want to see a hard crack, hard dump. HLBZ. See what we got. HLBZ, just looking and watching. If HLBZ has a chance to be able to break out still. This stock has a high of the day of 1920, and HLBZ is still just trying to fight this very top. So this one's still, HLBZ has potential. The closer this gets to $19, the better. My fear. What would everyone's fear be on HLBZ? What would everyone's fear be on HLBZ if it starts getting up to $18.75? It's 2 words. 2 words. Yep, there it is. My fear, just like yours, would be if this starts coming up to $18.75, we start coming up to $19, we start seeing a lot of big time, action, and next thing you know, we hit $19.20 and a huge dump. That would be my fear right now, a fake out breakout. So I love how you guys are on the same mindset as me. Same mindset. So fake out breakout. Also ICs or iPies. I think I was saying your name wrong. I was only messing around as well. If your son wants a free membership, hit me up, buddy. Let's get him in here. Let's get him learning. Let's get him trading. So the thing is, I like it. I like how he's laughing at me a little bit. It's fun. If he wants a free membership, hit me up. I'll give him a free month. Let's hook it up. PICs, there we go. Let me know if he wants a free month. We're getting him in here. Ape Trader, what's a good age starting trading? I'm probably going to have my kid probably start trading something reasonable, like 8 weeks. IPHA. HLBZ. Still looking. Still watching. IPHA, I think, is going to get a little bit of a drop here. Yeah, and hey, just like everything else, guys, the younger you start them, the better you're going to be able to see some breakout, or the better they're going to be. It's just like everything. I want my child to be a prodigy. I want him to be a stock trading prodigy. Everything is just going to be about stock trading, right? We're gonna get custom Disney movies made from Pixar, which is going to be about a candlestick that has to go through a journey through the New York Stock Exchange to find the nearest short. It's going to be like a kid's movie. I'm still pitching it to Pixar. I think that would be a good idea. How, a green candlestick, goes through the New York Stock Exchange and has to battle through the red candlesticks. But he has to, again, find a short in the New York Stock Exchange. And once he finds a short, he realizes it's okay to be a red stick as well. I thought it was a really good message. I don't know. I'm still waiting back to hear from it. When we sit around the campfire at night and we're telling scary stories, we'll talk about T12 holds and how sometimes T12 holds last for like more than 3 to 4 months. Then after that, guys, I'll also, again, tell stories about, meme stocks. As he gets a little bit older, we'll talk about meme stocks and manipulation. And he'll say, Daddy, people really do that? And I say, yeah, people really do that. And it's like, he'll start crying. It's kind of like, when you tell him about Santa and stuff, it's just, I get it. I understand, probably being a parent gets tough at those times. And, I'm not ready for that responsibility at this moment, but I definitely am excited about it in the future. Yeah, wallpaper going on up. Just going to be all different breakout chart setups. The toddler trader program. I like it. IPHA, little sign up team. IPHA coming back down towards the VWAP. IPHA coming back down towards the VWAP. 915 is going to be the main support line. Hero Trader, I know what your candlestick did last summer. I like the reference. But that movie title sounds weird. All right? I don't know if we're making that movie. IPHA looking for a VWAP bounce. HLBZ. 1920. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on, Friday. What do you got for us today? Cam, hey, welcome to the team. Came here from your YouTube stream yesterday. Cam, hey, welcome so much to the team. Love having you. If you need anything at all, please let me know. As you can see, Fridays get a little bit tough in the stock market, but at the same time, we just always have to make the most out of them. Got to keep working, got to keep getting after it. I always like to make it fun, but I don't want to get off topic where we're not, benefiting from the stock market. I like to make, again, chat fun and keep you guys engaged and interested at all times. But at the same time, if we see something moving on up, such as HLBZ right now, let's, again, get ready to trade. So HLBZ, as I said, my biggest fear at this moment is just having a fake out breakout. Now, what's a fake out breakout? Where it looks like it's going to break 1920 and then it comes crashing on down. Almost, what's kind of starting to happen a little bit. Came up towards $19, just came crashing all the way back on down towards around 1760. So it's a little bit tricky at this moment, team, trying to get a breakout because we are almost, 45 minutes in. And, look at this, team. This was my fear. Right? My fear is that traders are going to try to buy in at tops at these resistance signs, and they're going to get caught up in fake out breakouts. They're going to end up losing their money. They're going to buy in looking for a 1920 break, looking for a new high, which is understandable. But the thing is, right now, you're just putting yourself in risky trades. So it pops on up, hits 1920, comes right back on down. I mean, that's the stuff that's predictable, team. That, these are stuff that we can avoid, that we don't have to put ourselves in bad positions only to hurt ourselves. HLBZ, how is BROS doing today? BROS all the way back on down. How is BGNE? BGNE at this moment needs to get all the way back up towards around 425. AK47, how you feeling today, buddy? AK, how you feeling? 1 to 10. Where are you at here? What stock are you looking at today? SPY, are we starting to fade? Guys, also, a lot of, stocks right now could be dropping because the SPY is coming up to a very delicate area. Very delicate area. And the reason why is because when the SPY, we got the 50-day moving average, 50-day moving average, 50-day moving average, 50-day moving average, 50-day moving average. The SPY needs to hold this 50-day moving average. If we start cracking underneath the 50-day moving average, this thing could start, dropping pretty hard. This one could start fading on off. Then we know UVXY would start moving on up. We do know, again, we know SQQQ would start moving itself on up. You can see how these are getting a little bit of moves at this time, right? So keep your eyes on SQQQ. Keep your eyes peeled over on UVXY. Keep your eyes peeled over on SH, inverse ETFs, right? If, again, the market does fall, let's say the market falls due to inflation, right? Inflation fears. We may want to keep our eyes on SILV, such as silver. Keep our eyes peeled on GLD, such as gold. Maybe we want to keep our eyes peeled and say, hey, Dek, there's inflation. Yes, we can look at silver and gold, but people may say, oh, that's old time. That's, again, that's not us anymore. Where could we look at? We can maybe look at cryptocurrency plays. Maybe we look at COIN, Coinbase. We could look at other things such as, what are some other cryptocurrency plays, right? I'm just blanking out right now. But, throw out some cryptocurrency stocks, guys. I bet you if all of a sudden the stock market started falling due to inflation, I bet you cryptocurrency stocks would start spiking again. So these are all, again, some ideas. What do you got here? ALGO. William, ALGO doesn't seem to be a ticker. Just a little heads up. Yeah, Riot, MARA, thank you. I was blanking out on those for a second. So maybe Riot, Maybe MARA, right? Those could start getting a little bit more hype. NCTY, low float stock, that one could start getting a little bit of hype. So just be aware of them. Be aware of some of these plays. HUT, mining stock, starting to move its way on up. I like it. CAN. So yeah, I like what you guys are doing. Again, these are all just crypto plays. You know, these are all crypto plays. Got CRVS still fading. Yeah, you know, CRVS starting to move itself on up. Maybe CRVS can get a little bit of a pop. Now, CRVS is supposed to be a sympathy play to BGNE. So does that mean BGNE is starting to move its way on up? BGNE not really doing too much. CRVS I think is going to be more of a short you have to hold. I really don't think CRVS is going to be doing too much just because we haven't seen other plays really do too much. I think maybe CRVS may get a quick little pop on up, but then I do think it's going to start dropping back on down. Let's keep it on watch here, team. CRVS going up on the top level 2 right now. CRVS on the top level 2 at this moment. Can this stock again continue to be able to pop? Can it be able to move on up? Can this one keep on ripping? If this one does pop on up, I'm thinking deck how high? 430, 440s, somewhere around there. 430, 440s it could get up towards. So let's see, maybe possible short over on CRVS, because CRVS, let's not forget this is easily accessible for shorting. What we get up to? 420 high. Got up to a 420 high. That's not a bad area if you wanted to pull the trigger on a short right there. If you wanted to pull the trigger right there at a 420 high, even like right now at around the 415 mark, I'm not opposed to that. I just would like to maybe go a little bit higher, maybe up towards 425 you could begin with, and then go all the way up towards around that 430 mark. Right now it's still getting trouble though right around the 420 area. Does have 74 million shares traded towards it. Let's see. I want to look for a possible break. Break of 420, rip on up towards a little bit of a new high, start looking for some shares to short, maybe do 2,000, 3,000 shares. Get in on this play, maybe make another couple $100 if we can. So right now, CRVS still just slowly trying to grind. CRVS, the reason why we're looking at it is just because it is a play that does have a little bit of volume, and CRVS starting to drop back on down now. So CRVS starting to drop a little bit back on down underneath the 410 mark. I'm just looking for a little bit of a trade. Can we make any sort of profit right here? If you're shorting this, it could just be a nice slow and steady hold. Also, yeah, the SPY still dropping. Is that bringing down like Tesla and such? Tesla still trying to hold up a little bit. Tesla at this moment spiked all the way up towards around 760. And Tesla still holding. Tesla is up near around 760, which is going to be a tough area to be able to break through. Because if you actually do take a look, 760 is not easy to break through, guys. Take a look right here. Look at right here, a lot of resistance. Take a look at right here. There's a lot of resistance. Take a look at right here. There is a lot of resistance. Take a look at right here. There is a lot of resistance. So I wouldn't be opposed if anyone did want to look for a possible 760-ish short and see this one, maybe fade itself back on down. See this one start getting weaker. See this one maybe start going red. So yeah, I mean, Tesla is not getting affected at this moment. Neither is like Amazon. I don't really think that's getting affected. Let's see, AAPL, Apple. Is that getting affected? Apple's getting affected. Let's see what we have. www.cnbc.com. What we have, look at this guy. Guys, the pictures on CNBC crack me up. They do. I love how dramatic they make everyone. All right, this picture is so dramatic here. It says, stocks fall as investors brace for more September volatility. Right? Just the guy. Ah! The SPY. Ow! Ow! Oh! The SPY is falling. Ow! It's like, is someone there just taking that picture perfectly? There's definitely a photographer in the New York Stock Exchange right now, just being like, hey, buddy, hey, the SPY, are we down a little bit? Yeah, we are having a. Do you mind if you get a little dramatic for me? Take a picture for CNBC? And he's just like sitting there smiling, and the guy's like, no, a little bit more dramatic, and he's just like, no, more dramatic. No, more dramatic. Ah! Oh, perfect. All right, thanks. Back to work. All right, so no one's like that right now, I guarantee. No one's like that at this moment. So AAPL at this time still fading on off, still dropping. We'll see if this is going to be able to get any sort of movement back up. I see it like all the time too. CNBC cracks me up. CRVS. Here we go. CRVS. What we got up to? 434. We could go a little bit higher than that. Let's see. Maybe look for a possible short here and there. Can we get a little higher than 434? Stock right now just got a nice little pop on up. 434 high of the day. Let's see if we can break it. I will look for a couple little short orders. We can keep on popping here just a little bit. Like, can we get a little pop on up? A little bit of action, a little bit of hype. And the thing is, it would just be quick little short orders. Quick short orders if you are interested on this play. And CRVS still trying to hold. IPHA, guys, be careful on IPHA. IPHA starting to drop. Man, that picture's still cracking me up. IPHA starting to drop. That's starting to get weaker. Notice again, big upper shadow starting to fade on off here. CRVS as well, team. This one is, let's see if we can get filled on this. Maybe we can still get filled at, like, I'm thinking 435, 440, kind of that region. Just try to make like 5 to 10 cents. We might get filled right here. Can we just get a little bit of a pop, a little bit of a fill? It just seems like right when it pops up to like 440, 435, we could, just get like 5 cents out of it and just make it, maybe another $200. All right, right now, team, I feel like I'm maybe I'm forcing a little bit. There we go. I'll do 2,000 shares. 2,000 shares, guys, just got filled. 2,000 shares. 2,000 shares at the price of 438. High of the day is 438. So nice job, nice work. Let's see if it crashes back underneath the 430 mark. Right now I'm up $90. Let's go for $150 right here. Let's see if it goes up above 438, and let's say we go up towards like 445 or something. That would be the next area where I can add some shares. But let's see if we can make $150. We're up 110. We almost had it there for a second. Let's see. We're close because CRVS getting a little bit of pops. Come on, let's just make a little bit of gains. 100. There we go. Boom, boom. All right, guys. $166. All right. Nice and easy right there, guys. Nice easy trade. $2,322 in profit. An hour in of trading, and again, I think I'm pretty solid, right? I think I'm there for my Friday. I think I got it. I think I'm there for my Friday. $2,322. Oh. So yeah, I think that's all I need at this moment. I think I'm pretty happy. Don't want to put myself in any other bad position. And we're all set here. Yeah, we need more dramatic. We need more drama. I gotcha. We'll make it happen here. This money right here, $2,322, is going straight to my house. as you guys know, I moved into my new home about a month and a half ago, and no one told me how much work it takes to get a house going, huh? It's a lot more work than I thought. I feel like I literally feel like I'm 42 at this moment. I'm outside, I'm mowing, I'm picking up weeds, landscaping, putting out again all this stuff. Yeah, I didn't realize. I feel like I've noticed again. I'm wearing long white socks, long white tube socks. I just bought a pair of Skechers. It's crazy. Yeah, I know that's what it is. If you guys are again homeowners, I'm sure every single person knows what I'm talking about. And I'm actually right now we're in the process of repicking or recoloring my whole entire house with all the siding and such. I'm not really a huge fan of the way the color it is. I love my house in every single way, but I do not love how again the color is. Just because, again, if I'm going to live here the next 50 years of my life, I want to be able to pull down the driveway and like the way it looks. So yeah, basically this whole entire month's profit so far, $17,000, is just going to the house, going to brand new siding, going to again the landscaping, going to everything. And that's how I think about my trading a lot of times. Trading, I once I make this profit, to help me not be like dumb and gamble it away, I think about what do I need this money for? Like what would I be taking out of my profit, or what would I be taking out of my pocket to go pay, right? It's like I got $2,322 right now. This is what I got to change. So that's an easy way for you guys to think about your stock trading. Think about what you want. I'm sure we all have goals, right? Let's say your goal is to pay off your credit card debt. Let's say your goal is to pay off your mortgage. Let's say your goal is to, again, pay off your college loans. Let's say, again, your goal is to be able to save up for a car. Let's say your goal is this or that, right? So on and so forth. Whenever you guys are up in profit, just say, I'm one step closer to reaching that goal, right? Once you make $300, think to yourself, well, this is $300 that doesn't have to come out of my current bank account. Once you guys make a little bit more, say, oh, wow, this is much money that I don't need. Next thing you know, like a $10,000 siding job is now only $7,000, $7,700. And maybe I, make another trade, and maybe now this siding job is only $6,500. So I always try to pick something I need to do in my life, and then I trade for that, and I try to just knock down that price tag. That's kind of how I always do it. Chuck, hey Sean, congratulations. By the way, man, I'll be 40 in a few weeks in one of the best shapes of my life. Keep doing stuff around the house and doing all your own yard work. Try and get a bad butt garage on your property with a lift. Start learning cars, work on your own cars. It will keep your body going and your mind strong, brother. Woo! I love it. I love it. Chuck, that sounds like an amazing idea. The thing is, actually, we are at my house right now, a little side note, we are adding a third car garage towards it at this moment. So that's kind of what I've been trading for, and what I'm using basically this money that I'm making in my for my profit. We're actually adding all the trees to basically have a property line, get a little privacy. Then we're adding a third car garage, and then we're re-siding it and making it a whole different color scheme just because I want a different color scheme. And then from there, then I can start doing some fun stuff and maybe get another nice car here or there. But the thing is, I enjoy cars, team, but I'm not really, again, I don't really care that much for them. I respect them. I love them. I like having fun driving them, but I don't feel like I don't need to be materialistic. I'm actually in a bidding war right now. You guys want to see the car that I'm trying to buy right now? I'm in a live bid at this moment. And if you guys would probably never guess it, just because I think it's cool. And you know what? I'm kind of like this. I like the little old school thing every now and then. Please, no one try to outbid me. It's only an $18,000 car at this moment. And what I'm going for is something classic. I'm getting rid of my truck to get a new truck. And here it is, right here. Boom, baby. 1997 Ford F-250 HD Super Cab. Oh, baby. That's, again, the finest of the country. I'm gonna be picking up sticks, throwing some hay barrels in the back of this thing, driving around the middle of the woods where I live. Oh, baby. So I'm selling my truck, gonna pick up this thing just because I think this thing looks dope. Yeah. If next thing I know, this thing jumps all the way up to like $30,000, I'm blaming you guys. All right, I'm blaming you guys. Furhand trades, that's the worst picture I've ever seen in my life. Nobody go ahead, screenshot that picture. That picture looks awful. UPD. All right, team, let's go take a look. What do we have left? Do we have any play left over on these stocks? We got CRVS. CRVS, team. Let's go through this together. CRVS, if you guys are shorting this play, I think you guys are good to go, right? Active trader, geez Louise. CRVS, do we need this play at this moment? I personally don't need this one. I made a quick little dollar off this, 166 bucks. CRVS, I really don't want to touch this one. If you're shorting it, I think you're good to go. We really nailed the top right here, right up towards around 440. Stock most likely is going to drop back down towards around $4 in time. WKSP, this may just be a little bit of a pump and dump, starting to get a little bit of momentum. This stock is starting to get a little move all the way back on up towards around 875. It could start bringing in some hype. 875 could be a great little area. ENSC, not too much I'm seeing there. OPTT, little bit of lack of volume. REED, not too much. All right, team. So right here, it really comes down to CRVS is just a nice short. How's IPHA doing? IPHA starting to fade. HLBZ, anything going on with HLBZ? Not too much at this moment. Team, I want to open up the floor. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or concerns? Any questions, comments, concerns, anything along those lines, please let me know. Because I want to open up the floor to you guys. Any confusion, anything about my trades, anything that you guys do not understand, please let me know. Also, a little, someone just asked. This is where I get all my cars from. Little side note: if you guys want like the best discount possible on all possible cars, like I don't go to any dealership. You guys probably don't really want to go to a dealership because they always jack it up a little bit, right? You know, where I get most of my cars at is going to be right here. Just a little heads up: bringatrailer.com, and you could see cars that are for sale right here, and these are kind of my watch list. Got a 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 429, 2017 Jaguar F-Type. I'm actually thinking about buying this F-Type for my mom. So don't tell her if you guys work with her or anything, but I'm actually thinking about bidding on this and trying to get this for my mom. And then this is actually the fun car I was looking at next, 13K mile Ferrari F430, which is a manual, a 6-speed. So this is actually where I get all my cars from because usually, again, it doesn't ever get to what dealer prices are. So just a little side note, if you guys ever want to go ahead and buy a car, it's nice to buy them off that website right there, bringatrailer.com. It's a little secret if you guys are interested in that. And that's where a lot of times you can get things very cheap. You get things very cheap, and then on top of that, you can sell them back to a dealer or put them and sell them yourself. One of the ways that you can make money in the stock market, or not in the stock market, on cars. Like I sold my Ferrari, I was able to make money off of it because, again, I got it at a great deal. All right. Guys, any stock-related questions? I'll be more than happy to help you guys on out. What do we got here? John Varla saying, I just realized the second best feeling in trading. Clearly green is the best feeling, but the second best is watching a stock collapse after losses are cut. It is a good feeling. Obviously no one likes to ever take a loss, but the good news is what? The good news is when you do take a loss and you see the stock dump and you say, wow, I could have been in that if I kept on holding. How many times have you guys ever jumped into a play? It wasn't working out. You got out of it and you say, man, okay, I'll man up. I'll get out of this play. I'll move on from it. You cut out of it. Next thing you know, 10 minutes later, it's down like $3. And you're saying, yes, I did the right thing, right? K. Higgs, CRVS, all done fade. I'm thinking about a possible short. CRVS, K. Higgs, if you are thinking about it, try to get it back up towards around like above 420, near around 425. Do I think it is going to start fading on off though? Yes, I do. If you want to kind of be sure though, this is the trend line currently. So this is the current trend line over on this play. So, man, guys, you guys are just so incredible, so much fun. I want to give some profits, though. Team, how was our profits today? Get some profits over in profits chat. I want to see what we're doing. How were we on this Friday? We come out green. We come out green on this Friday. We had about 3 different options to trade. We got Bob Alder making $4,655. Bravo. Making a $1,074. The Green Bandani making again $3,950. We got XP guy a little greedy, it's still $287. Golfer right here, $729. We got Ali, $10K baby, $10,000. Chicago Sid on a bounce play made $1,800. Thank you, Deck, for teaching us how to do bounce plays. Hey, you're the one who pulled the trigger. Amazing work. Active Trader, $718. AK-47, $848. Bill the Lion making $128, gobbling up those profits. Pacific Coast Trader, $1,600. Doc Savage, 4 days in a row of profit, $514. Raymond making $570. Be Right making $3,524. Cess TT Trades, $80. Dawn making $84. Amazing work here. Droid making $664. So even on this day right here, team, we're seeing some nice gains, some nice profits. Ape Trader, Tradefly, XML, Ken Yeager. Nice work, guys. Let's keep it going. Congratulations on your Friday. Congratulations on the profit that you guys have been able to make so far. All right. Deck, what do you think about shorting LCID? LCID, what do I think about a possible short over on this play? I would say $25 would be the best area. You know, $25, you just have some great tops. I would wait until at least you get up a near 25, like 24.50 or higher. 24.50 or higher, you're good to go. Adrew, still have to make the $200 a day. Remember, do not set daily targets for yourself. Do not set daily targets for yourself. Because the thing is, team, when you set daily targets for yourself, you sometimes force trades. If you say, hey, I got to make $200 today, say, hey, Monday, go for $400 then. But don't try to do something that you're not 100% comfortable with, right? There's going to be opportunities for you to make big money. But sometimes, again, it's, oh, man, I missed the big one. Oh, man, I missed the second big one. Okay, now I got to force something I don't want to. If you have a daily target, it's going to lead to more losses than wins. All right? I like to set weekly targets, or in my eyes, I like to set monthly targets. Monthly targets give me time to sit out days, trade big on other days, trade small on some days, scalp other stocks, scalp some days. Don't set daily targets. Some people always say, oh, I got to make $500 a day. And let's say you're down. Maybe you lost already. Now you got to make $600. Now, again, we know Friday morning is slowing down. Friday morning is slowing down. Traders are now saying to themselves, well, I got to do this, and 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 I got to do this, right? And next thing you know, you're in a huge hole, right? Don't put yourself in that position. Cize, or Cizan Cezanne. Oh, man, I nailed that username. Yeah, I love that statement. The harder you work, the luckier you get. That is honestly like a very, very true statement. Ask any of my friends, that are in my friend group. They say Deck is the luckiest guy I've ever met in my life. That's what they always say. They say Deck is the luckiest guy. And I say, how am I lucky? And they say, oh, just, it just seems like everything you pick, you win at. And that's not luck. That's the more you work. The more you work, the harder you work, the better you see, the better results you get, right? That's like basically, again, going to the gym or something. And then you go to the gym and you work hard every single day and you say, oh, you're so lucky you got good genetics. Or you just go to the gym every single day and work. Oh, you're so lucky you win on all your stock trades. Or again, you put in a lot of work. The more work you get, the more luckier you get. Let's see, HLBZs, that's starting to move on up. HLBZ, ooh, guys, let's take a look at it. HLBZ, let's see what we got here. Can we get another trade underneath our belt? We're not going anywhere, baby. Everyone, again, buckle up. You better, again, turn off the slow, sad piano music and start, again, looking over on HLBZ. We may have a little bit of a trade on our hands. All eyes, HLBZ. All hands on deck. Red alert, red alert. This is not a drill. We got HLBZ trying to move itself on up. Next bounce play area would be back down towards around the 1940-ish area, most likely. Maybe, again, get a quick little bounce. Came up towards around 2010. Let's see if we get another quick little bounce play, be able to make some money over on these stocks. Let's see what we can do here. I just want to lock in profits when I have them, right? That's the most important thing for me. Locking in gains. Just got filled 756 shares. I got filled 756 shares at the price of $9.49. I wanted 1,000 shares there. So I wanted 1,000 shares. I'm going to actually cancel these orders right here. And I'm just going to rock right now with the 756 shares. 756 shares. I'm going to just take my profit right here on this play. Actually, I'm going to wait a second. I'm going to wait a second on this play because I want to see if I can just get a little lower entry. I got in at 949. How low can this go down towards? 949. Let's see if it gets a little pop on up. Stock is getting a little bit slower. Because the thing is, I'll just limit order down low if I need to. Stock right here, trying to hold the 949. Got out with a little bit of a loss. I was trying to get out the 1950 mark. Got out a little bit of a loss here. Small loss. It was 9 cents. 9-cent loss. So we got $2,256. Got HLBZ right now. Still looking to see if this one's going to be able to move itself on up. There's a little bit of a pop back on up. Still looking for that 2010 mark. Oh, here's a little bit of a pop. Still looking for a 2010 break. Another 2010 touch right here. It's still touching $20. Buying at the high of the day is always risky. Buying at the high of the day is always risky. But the stock is still trying to gear up here for, again, that possible breakout. I only want to basically see new high, wait for a spike, try to catch a bottom. That's all I'm trying to do. So HLBZ, still looking for a little bit. Still trying to move. Still trying to get some pop in here. Stock has a little bit of life. I want to see this one if it can start going crazy. Right now, a lot of traders looking over on HLBZ. I like how traders looking on this play. I think the stock definitely has a lot of potential. It's definitely a good looking stock. Stock broke through its resistance line, sitting at around that 1990 mark at this moment. HLBZ, I want to see a little bit more action. I'm not going to force this one. Not going to force this one at this moment. Kevin Naj, Giants fan, be prepared. Jameis Winston. I'm sure there's other people who have said that as well. I feel like, I don't know if we can quote Jameis Winston for saying be prepared. I feel like that has to be a little bit more popular. Prepared for what, Jameis Winston? To throw 9 picks in a day? Right now, HLBZ getting a nice little drop. Let's see how low this can go down towards. Maybe entries could be all the way back down towards around like 810. Maybe all the way down towards like 815. Oh, just got filled at 810. Just got filled. Just got filled, guys. HLBZ just got filled at 810. Just got filled at 810. Got a little bit filled at 815. All right, HLBZ I'm in on right now. I'm currently up $386. I'm going to take half of it. And then I'm in right now on 601 shares. I'm up $210. And I am going to take the rest of that. Boop. All right, nice. Hey, guys. Almost up $3,000 now today. So, nice work. So, that's why we sit back. And, that's why we just want to be as smart as we can. All I did on that trade, if anyone was confused on that trade deck, what did you do on this play? I saw HLBZ going from $20, falling towards 19, falling towards, again, 1875, falling back on down. I said to myself, how far can this fall back on down? So all I did was put in low limit orders, right? I'm not buying at any high whatsoever. all I'm doing is saying to myself, all right, hey, I want to get in on a possible dip buy. I put an order in at 810. I put an order in at 815. I sold at 838 and sold at 852. So I'm just seeing, let the stock hit a high of the day, because at the high of the day, we have the most volume. And when it hits a high of the day, that's where, again, we can look to get a dip buy. We don't have any order set just because we don't know what's going to happen next. But the moment we see a large red candle is the moment we see some sort of dip back on up. Doesn't mean it's going to hold up forever. But if you guys take a look right here, take a look at every single, let's say we have this large red candle. You could see we also have it matched with a green candle. And let's say we have this large red candle. We have it matched with this big green climb. And let's say we have this large red candle. We have it matched with this green candle. And you can see this large red candle has it matched with this green candle. With every big drop, you always see a nice little bounce back on up. Doesn't mean it's going to hold up forever, but you usually see, again, like 1 or 2 candles that do get a bounce right back on up. Hard drops makes it bounce right back up. Late bloomer, if you ever, again, have anything delayed whatsoever, try out both live streams. We have one on Webinito and we have one over on YouTube. You can also, again, if you're ever on YouTube and you feel like that you're not getting your information instantly, what can you do? Just refresh it, right? Make sure, again, the scroll bar isn't, sometimes, again, people have the scroll bar like all the way back or all the way over here, or all the way over here. Make sure, again, you're all the way up to, again, real time so that you're all set. You can just refresh it if you need to, and that'll automatically put you reset. So HLBZ, hard drop back down towards that VWAP area, starting to work its way back on up. All right, $2,758 in profit. I added another $500 in gains on my last trade. HLBZ is still trying to get a little bit of momentum here. HLBZ still trying to get a little bit of hype, still trying to get a little bit of momentum. But I think, team, for myself, I think I'm pretty solid with my trades. I don't know how many more trades that I'm going to be doing. I've just been scalping all morning. Scalping like 1,000 to 2,000 shares all morning, and I've been pretty just happy with, the results that I have. CRVS, if you guys are still shorting it, anyone just sitting on a small short, right? So is anyone just sitting on a small short on a fade over on CRVS since, let's say, 430? Who's got the best short entry? Anyone above 440? Anyone at 430s? Anyone in the 4 teens? Anyone in the 420s? Just holding it for a nice little fade back on down? Cam, what do I mean by a scalp? A scalp would be a quick entry and a quick exit. So I'll do something small right here. So when I say, hey, look for a quick scalp, we're looking to get in very quickly and get out very quickly. So this would be a quick scalp play. Watch this. I'll do HLBZ. Let's just do, I don't know, I'll do 200 shares, do something small. Let's do a limit order right here. We can look for a limit order if it drops back on down towards around like 1890. And again, I could click like buy right here. So I got 1890. I could switch it over to a market order, see if I can get filled on this play. Right when I get filled on this play, the moment I start seeing profit, I just take my profit and then again, I add it to my day. So right now I'm at $2,758. I want to see if HLBZ is going to get a little bit of a crack underneath 19 bucks. If it can crack underneath $19, I should be able to get filled right around this like 19 or 1890 mark, and then basically it's just get in, get out whenever you see some green. So right now the HLBZ is not really doing too much. It's a little bit slow at this moment. Here's a little bit of a pop on up. A little bit of a pop, a little bit of a climb here. But a scalp is just a very quick trade to try to make a quick profit. That's all it is. A scalp is a quick trade to try to make a quick profit, try to make a quick dollar. And I wanted to do an example here. It seems like it's a little bit weaker though. Let's see if I can get filled. Here, you watch it in the white. Right now, am I going to get filled on this? And it's only 200 shares, so I just want to kind of use it as an example. It seems like it's holding $19 at this moment. Yeah, it's holding 19 bucks. But essentially, it's just get in, you get out. Get in, get out. And that's why a lot of my trades, how long are my trades lasting? Look at this. I got in at 10:44 in 40 seconds, got out at 10:45. I'm making $500 in 15 seconds, right? Look at this trade. This trade right here, market order in at 9:20, or look at this, market order in, limit order in at 10:23. I got out at 10:24. 1 minute, right? So a scalp is just a very quick trade. I was trying to do one for you if I could get filled, but I'm just not getting filled at this moment. HLBZ still trying to get a little bit of momentum. HLBZ, let's see, can we get back up towards around 20 bucks? Break through that $20 region, get a little bit more hype and momentum here over on HLBZ. If it doesn't break through 20 bucks, team, if HBZ does not break through 20 bucks, I'm not, I'm going to be done here. If it does not break through 20 bucks, I'm going to be done. IPHA at this moment. This one is, look at this one, guys, just fading on off. And also, I saw a lot of you guys, I was talking before, you guys have some great short orders. RJ Rocker, you have a short order at 443 on CRVS. AKS is at 423. Augusta, you're at 430. Sean, you're at 420. So if you guys are shorting CRVS right now, you may want to take something at the VWAP because you could see a possible bounce at the VWAP. If it cracks the VWAP, then you're pretty much in the clear. So just a little heads up. You do got the VWAP coming up here. HLBZ still trying to slowly move itself on up. The one fear I have, as I talked about before, I just want to see, can we get back above $20? If we can start getting back above, $20, we can definitely start seeing a lot more momentum, start seeing a lot more, ripping and running towards it. Come on, HLBZ. Let's get that $20 break. Raymond, when there is a spread on the level 2, would you limit order in and limit order out? Yeah, the thing is, when I always try to limit order in. If you can limit order in on a play, limit order in. Like the thing is, HLBZ, you should be limit ordering in, right? It's not like it's spiking super hard right now. Put a limit order at $8.80, $8.90, $19. Wait for it, get filled, then again, sell it when it bounces back on up. So, on a play like this that you have time, you should always be limit ordering in. Focus Trader Deck, why don't you get in under $20 when it's building higher lows right now? I think people are going to sell it at over 20 right away. Well, the thing is, in my eyes, Focus Trader, I'm just saying to myself, why do I want to risk it? HLBZ, could it get above $20? Yes, it can. But also when it comes up to $20, we could definitely see a possible dump. So why am I not buying right now? Well, just because I feel like I'm randomly gambling, buying right now, hoping it can break 20 bucks. I don't need to gamble. I'm up $2,758, right? So I'm up $2,758. I don't need to gamble. It has a little bit of an uptrend. $20 can be holding up as a strong resistance line. I like your game plan. Sell at $20. It's just I don't know if it's going to get there. The thing is, I'm going to kick myself if I buy in, let's say, 1,000 shares, and all of a sudden the stock drops all the way down to $18.75 in a heartbeat, and then I end up losing all my money. So I just don't want to put myself in unnecessary positions. That's all. Yeah, just not a bad trade, just more risk than reward. All right, team. Ladies and gentlemen, I think for myself, I'm good to go. I think for myself, 10:54 a.m. on a Friday, $2,758 in profit. I am pretty happy on where I am currently at. So team, coming down to the end here. I do just want to say thank you so much for all the traders who joined us as always. You guys are incredible. There's no other way to put it. This chat room, this community, everyone here is just absolutely fantastic. I hope you guys made money this week. And if you guys didn't make money this week, text me or again, hit me up, email me, DM me, something. Let's work it out together. You guys are here to learn. I'm here to teach. I want you guys to become the best traders you can become, and I am dedicated to make sure that happens. All right? Everyone, enjoy your weekend. Have a wonderful weekend, AK47 is going to be jumping on the live stream. He's going to be taking on over. I just got to know when to walk away. You know why? Because again, right now I am up in my profit. I know HLBZ is getting a little bit of a rip and run. AK47, take them home, baby. Let's have a great time. Let's get ready to rock and roll. Take your profits when you have them. Remember, the rest of the day, green is always good. For the rest of the day, any green is good. All right? So walk away a winner, ladies and gentlemen. Take those gains, and I will see each and every single one of you guys back here bright and early on Monday morning. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy some Sunday. Enjoy some football. Enjoy whatever you guys want to do. And I will see you guys, of course, Monday morning at 7 a.m. AK, signing on the live stream. You guys hit me with a good one here. You guys know the drill. In 3, 2, 1. Ahoo! Ah! Ah! Woo! Yes! Yes! See you guys back here Monday morning. Have a good one, team. And again, enjoy the weekend, as you guys should. If you need anything at all, please email dekmartrades@gmail.com. Thank you, team.
Sliding in the light of the cold, gleaming in the sky so gold. Maybe we could ride that coast. Move, find another place to go. Drive until sun gets low. Cruise until the night gets cold. Move before the new gets old.